Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the council meeting for Monday, August the 12th, 2024. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And this time, I will look to Councillor Phillips to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. On to the mayor's report this evening. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. As most of you are aware, recently a young man by the name of Aidan Daniels tragically passed away when he was struck by a motorist while riding his bike in our city on July 23rd. A candlelight vigil was held by his friends at the intersection of Glendale Avenue and Burley Hill Drive and Glengarry Road on Saturday, August 3rd. During this difficult period of profound grief, I want to inform parents, family members, guardians, and young people in our community about the available support systems which exist, which include the grief assistance programs provided by George Dart Funeral Home and resources offered through 211 for those in need. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Aidan Daniels. Recently, I had the opportunity to participate in the St. Catharines Public Library Storytime event at Lakeside Park. I had the pleasure of reading 3 different books to the families and children present. The weather was great, and it reminded me to remind everyone about the ongoing year-long reading challenge in partnership with our library. At the end of the year, there will be a draw for a fantastic prize package from the mayor's office, and the prizes include St. Catharines merchandise, gift cards to Thistle Bookshop and Someday Books, passes for skating and swimming, mayor's office bookmarks, and much more. Anyone who successfully completes the challenge can enter the draw, and to participate, you can send your reading lists to readstc@stcatharines.ca by December 31st. This month's theme is a book from a library display or social media post, and I actually brought my book along. I am reading OMFG Bees. I don't know who picked this for me. It is fascinating. I am terrified of bees, but slowly but surely, I am decreasing being terrified of bees. So, anyways, I just thought I'd throw that out there. I will also just point out that last month's book was wonderful. It was called Northwind Man by Clarence Kachagi and Seth Ratzlaff, who is related to Councillor Ratzlaff. It's your brother, right, Councillor? I did not know that when we picked this book, but it was a phenomenal book. And I will simply say to anybody who is interested in trying to gain a better understanding of the Indigenous perspective, how people are living their lives in modern times and the struggles that they go through dealing with intergenerational trauma. This was a fantastic book. And I'm just going to give a shout out to the two authors because I think they did a wonderful job of relaying that information. And I will make this my plug for books, because books allow you to put yourself into situations you would never actually wind up in yourself, and maybe understand the world from other people's perspectives. But OMFGBs is also wonderful. I don't want to disrespect that. All right, Downtown Block Party happened. The 4th annual Downtown Block Party was just this past weekend, or sorry, 2 weekends ago. 2 weekends ago, Councillor? 2 weekends ago. I want to express my gratitude to Davids and Delate Real Estate for their role as the main sponsor. It has seen consistent growth each year since its inception in 2021 and is a platform to showcase local talent and support the downtown business community amidst the challenges of the pandemic. The initiative was a crucial step in highlighting our vibrant local scene and offering aid to struggling businesses during that period. I had the opportunity to be a part of the Downtown Block Party this year. I got to stroll down St. Paul, which is always awesome. And I want to give a big thank you to the Downtown Association, to all our community partners, and the local talents for coming together. I also had the opportunity to attend the annual Big Picnic event at Lakeside Park, organized by Black-Owned 905 and Matter of Black to commemorate Emancipation Day, which is a long-standing tradition here in St. Catharines. It's been going on since 1924, and from 1924 until the early 70s, a lot of people would come to Lakeside Park on August 1st to honor the day that slavery was abolished in Canada. I want to give kudos to some of the folks in our city who brought this back: Erica Smith, Natasha Bell, Rochelle Bush, and Jada Stainhouse for organizing yet another successful Emancipation Day celebration. We also raised the Pan-African flag at City Hall on August 1st. At the end of July, I hosted my 2nd annual charity golf tournament through SCORE, presented by Rankin Construction. I want to say thank you and extend my gratitude to all of our supporters, including Elite Developments as our platinum sponsor, and the major sponsors like Accenture, Electra, Enbridge, One Click Heating and Cooling, O'Hara, Miller Waste Management, Meridian, Precise Parklink, Upper Canada Consultants, and Royal Tuscan Homes. The funds raised from this event will be directed towards various local charitable organizations, including Niagara Health System, Niagara Children's Center, the Young Caregivers Association, and Big Brothers Big Sisters of Niagara. We got to do a bunch of park openings recently at Valley View in Meriton and Lewis Avenue Park. We also are seeing exciting developments underway in Port Dalhousie and Elma Street. And all of these initiatives signify the city's investment of over $2.3 million in upgrading our parks, with enhancements ranging from new playgrounds to multi-use courts. And these efforts play a crucial role in realizing the vision of the Recreation Master Plan and the committee that implements that to establish St. Catharines as the city where everybody can play. I want to say thank you to the dedicated CRCS team, that's Culture, Recreation, and Culture Services, as well as EFES, Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Service staff, along with the chair of our Recreation Master Plan Committee, Jim Richardson, for their tireless efforts in making these projects a success. I had a chance to kick off the Big Start launch for Big Brothers Big Sisters Niagara, which is an initiative about providing vital support to local kids by equipping them with new school supplies and a $200 shopping spree alongside a mentor for back-to-school essentials. Things like the Big Start are really important in ensuring that kids have an equal playing field and an equal opportunity when they begin their educational path. There was a bus supplied by Switzer Carty Transportation and donation bins. They'll be stationed inside the Niagara Penn Center between Walmart and Sport Chek until August 20th to collect new and unopened back-to-school essentials for those who want to support. Every year, various community partners like NRPS, EMS, Fire Department, and members of City Council unite to compete against the Youth of Manchester in their annual basketball tournament, which we did just this past Friday. I want to thank Councillors Miller, Ratzlaff, McPherson, and our tireless and fearless leader, Councillor Stevens, who continues to complain his knee does not allow him to play basketball. We dominated at least one team of small children before losing to them in a rematch about an hour later. So we're pretty proud of ourselves about that. And we want to give a shout out to the EMS team that took the whole thing way too seriously. We attended the NACO Afro Fest in Montalvo Park this past weekend. NACO is the Niagara African Caribbean Culture Organization. And I want to give a shout out to Olienka and the whole team at NACO for inviting me and for organizing the amazing event. NACO, their leaders and volunteers are key players in supporting, inspiring, and celebrating refugees, new immigrants, international students, and individuals from diverse backgrounds in our community. It was a lot of fun, great music, incredible food. I discovered a brand new way to cook steak, which I'm going to try at some point, but probably will not do it as well as they did it. We had a couple of business anniversaries and openings. I had the opportunity to attend the grand opening for Osmow's on Glendale Avenue and met the Osmow's founder, Sam Osmow, and their district manager, Manny Salimi. It's a family business owned and run by Sam, his son Ben, and his daughter Bernadette. And this is the third location in St. Catharines, so I want to wish the franchisees, Irfan Ahmed Binder, Tanvir Butter, and Muhammad Jazib Sarfraz all the success in this new adventure. And for those of you who, like me, who adore shawarma and think it is one of the greatest foods that has ever been created, it is delicious, and Osmow's is a wonderful place to check it out. We also got to celebrate the grand opening of Canal Side Cones at 540 East Chester Avenue, and I'm going to look around the table because a number of us were there. Councillor Lindell was there, Councillor Phillips was there, Councillor Stevens was there, Councillor Dodge was there. I'm missing someone. Oh, and Regional Council Sorrento. You know it's big if a regional councillor shows up. Anyways, congratulations to the owner, Adam Volk, and best wishes for continued success in the future. It's 540 East Chester, which is down along the Welland Canals Parkway. Fantastic spot to watch the boats go by, and the ice cream is delicious. Couple sports pieces that I want to quickly touch on before I close up with one final comment. First of all, congratulations to all of the St. Catharines Olympians. Kristen Kitt obviously did the city proud by winning a silver medal, and we're very proud of that. But I want to give a shout out as well to Mo Ahmed, who has represented this city and this country very well on the international stage over the last couple of Olympics. And I also want to give a shout out to Hannah Taylor. Hannah is a wrestler who is originally from PEI, but I told her we were laying claim to her because she has lived here for about 10 years. She trains at Brock. She went to Brock University, one of Marty Calder's many incredible wrestlers, and she wrestled to a 4th place as well. So we want to send a congratulations to them also. I want to say congratulations, obviously, to Niagara River Lions. A few of us were talking in the back, and the gray hairs we gained last night watching the championship game. But congratulations to the entire team, Coach Vic Rasso and his squad, for bringing home a championship, something they've been on the edge of for the last couple of years, and they were able to close the deal this time around, and we're going to find a way to celebrate them appropriately when they get back to town. And then the final thing that I wanted to discuss today and just mention. Earlier today, I put out a social media post about a campaign which Ontario Big City Mayors has been pushing over the last couple of days called Solve the Crisis. And I would encourage all my residents to head to solvethecrisis.ca. It's an important initiative calling on the provincial and the federal governments to, for lack of a better term, step up to the plate. And there's a number of reasons for that. We have been dealing with homelessness, opioid, drug addiction, and mental health epidemic for quite some time. And the reality is that municipalities, we've been talking a lot about this in the last couple of years, municipalities have basically butted up against the extent of what we can actually afford to do. Especially at the city level, the reality is that this falls outside of our mandate. So when we spend city dollars dealing with issues around homelessness, mental health, and addiction, those are things that we're not actually supposed to be spending money on. Other levels of government are supposed to be dealing with those issues. But we spend the dollars because we recognize the problems that are created in our community when we're not trying to address the problems and the need. All of our residents have been through the city. They've gone past city parks, they've gone past abandoned lots, and they've seen the tent encampments, which have sprung up in the last couple of years. Many residents reach out to their counselors or to my office to talk about drug paraphernalia that they're finding. And we hear a lot from residents about their concerns going to certain parts of the city because they're encountering very obvious signs of mental health distress. This is a humanitarian crisis. The one thing that I don't really ever hear from my residents is that they want the problem to just go away. I think residents understand that there's a lot that needs to go into this. The reality is that the mental health supports don't exist in our community, just like they don't exist across the province and across the country. We don't have the housing appropriate for people who are in these situations. We don't have the drug rehabilitative services that we require to be able to help these folks when they ask for help. I've had the experience of talking to folks trying to navigate the drug rehabilitation system with a family member who has gone into the supervised consumption site and said, I want to get off drugs. And that's why the supervised consumption site exists. People, we want them to get to the point, we want to keep them alive so that they can get to the point where they say, I want to get off drugs. And the best we can offer is a couple of days of detox, and then 9 to 12 week wait while they wait to try and get into a rehabilitative bed somewhere in the province of Ontario. Probably not anywhere close by. Maybe they're going off to Kingston, maybe they're going to London. But 9 to 12 weeks where they're told to basically cool their jets with no real access to supports, the supports they need. And that's when people die. So we're calling on the federal and the provincial governments to step up and take responsibility for the areas of governing that are their responsibility. You can visit solvethecrisis.ca, and I'm going to continue to encourage over the coming months all residents in the community. If you've reached out to a counselor, if you've reached out to my office, if you've reached out to city staff, or your MPP's office or your MP's office, go to solvethecrisis.ca as well and give your input. To the business owners who have talked about how it's making it hard to be able to do business in our community, go to solvethecrisis.ca. Add your voice, add your story, and help us get the upper levels of government to understand the urgency that we feel as a municipal council, as the region feels as a municipal council. Get them to understand that urgency, because the concern we all have now at the municipal level is that sense of urgency is not there. So again, I would encourage folks to head to solvethecrisis.ca. I will not stop talking about this over the coming months. This is a campaign that was being moved forward by the Ontario Big City Mayors, of which St. Catharines is a member. And I would encourage all of my council colleagues and anybody listening to this to head over to solvethecrisis.ca, but then to pass that on to others, because the more voices we have included in this, I think the better. And with that, I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not going to do that. I usually do a little round table. Who wants to talk? Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, the Golden Horseshoe Hockey School celebrated its 42nd year in St. Catharines, running their hockey school. Originally started by Bruce Boudreau and now taken over by his son, Ben, who is the head coach of the Ice Dog, and his other sons, Andy and Brady. We had 180 kids from around North America, from California to Texas, to 5 kids from northern Calgary, or northern Alberta, just north of Calgary. We had all kinds of really good male hockey players show up, but when Alexa Vasco showed up, the place went nuts. All 30 girls were just mobbing her, just showing how popular female hockey has become. But I wanted to thank the city staff, because it's busy. It's 180 kids and their families. There's chocolate and kisses and garbage all over the place. Not once did our staff complain about having to clean that up. Not once did they complain about how much work it was. Not once did they complain about us and the families going to the window and asking the silliest questions like, do you have a screwdriver? They were charming. They were great customer service representatives, and I just want everyone to understand just how amazing our arena staff were that week. And it's a hard week, so I just wanted to point that out.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps Councillor Phillips was going to cover this, but he probably has other things as well. Last Thursday, Councillor Phillips represented you as Deputy Mayor, and we raised the flag for the Terry Fox run of this year. And I took the opportunity to thank the volunteers as well, because I know them all, but we had also Councillors Dodge, McPherson, and Stevens there. And just reminding everybody on council, this is going to be the 44th year that Terry Fox run has happened, and since his Marathon of Hope in 1980, and it is just amazing. They have raised close to $1 billion total for cancer research, and the actual run this year will happen in beautiful Port Louis on September 15th, Sunday, and they have a new T-shirt that you can buy this year. You can buy it at the supermarket in Port Louis, and I also if you drop by their tent at the supermarket, you can also ask them for a sign to put on your lawn to let people know about the run. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether I should bring this up now or it's one of the consent items.
I'd like to have it pulled number 5.
Okay, we'll hold off on that for just a couple of minutes,
Okay.
okay? But we'll make a note of, you said item 5? Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just Tuesday, July 23rd, I was able to help out with the, through our council community fund to the March of Dimes barbecue in my ward. It was for their staff, residents, and the volunteers that help out there. So they were very appreciative. It was a good afternoon, and it was nice and shady, so it was good. It wasn't too hot. And I got to give shout out to the fire services. Their hot summer nights 2 weeks ago, that was a blast. They 2 hours of that fire truck spreading the water, the families, Village Gate Park in beautiful St. George's Ward, sorry. Not really well attended, but decent park. Over 200 families coming out for supper under the trees and then just having a blast. And yeah, being under that fire truck in the cold water. And you guys all have to go and try that next year when it comes out because it is amazing.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Last week, I was able to represent you at Brock University. A significant announcement. Scotiabank made a donation to Brock University to enhance, if you want, their Indigenous programming, but to the tune of $500,000. The largest grant given for Indigenous programming ever in Canada. And I just want to commend Scotiabank for their contribution, and Brock obviously have a very vibrant Indigenous program that with $500,000 will be greatly enhanced, I'm sure. And lastly, I just want to, again, I guess it's a night to shout out to staff, but driving around St. Catharines, and as Councillor Cushing and I were driving down St. Paul Street, the flowers and the gardens in St. Catharines this year, they're always great, but for this year they seem to be the best ever. And I just want to commend our staff for truly making it look like the Garden City. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper looks like he's blushing over there. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just want to shout out to Brock Student Life and Success. They sent out 12 or 13 volunteers to the Fitzgerald Community Garden to help clean up, and we cleaned up the gardens and then the Terry Fox Trail. And along the trail, we said hi to some of the neighbors who were living in tents and helped them clean up a bit as well. I was also stopped on my bike right over here by another neighbor who lives along that trail, who has demonstrated a remarkable amount of patience, but reiterated to me that we need mental health support, we need supportive housing, and I hope that the colleagues that join me at AMO, and I'm sure they will, next week, will bring that to that conference as well, the urgency that we are experiencing in our city, and need for help from the province and the federal government to deal with our mental health crisis. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Dodge?
Thank you.
You missed something?
I did.
Okay.
And this is a big one. I just want to put a shout out for the Port Weller Residents Association. They're going to be having their picnic at Club LaSalle this year on August 24th, and we won't be having another council meeting, but it's an all-day event, and there's lots of free things. There's bands, great food, lots of fun for the neighborhood, and everyone's welcome. So I just thought that we'd like to shout out to them for that.
And you would have gotten in a lot of trouble if you'd have forgotten that one.
I did not forget.
You did not forget. You jumped in just under the whistle. All right, I will now look to the clerk for the adoption of the agendas.
The following item of additional correspondence has been placed in Council SugarSync folder. Confidential memorandum from Director of Economic Development and Government Relations regarding update regarding closed report EDTS 116-2024, which is the 2024 World Rowing Championships Amendment to Contribution Agreement.
All right, Councillor Dodge, did you have a question on this one? Oh, that's right. Your correspondence item number 5, right? Yes. Okay. So that's being pulled. Yep, so it'll be pulled to the discussion agenda. Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Minutes, the council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on July 22nd, 2024. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? All right, seeing none, we have a motion to move the consent reports. Item 6.2, Code of Conduct for Committee and Task Force members has been moved from consent to discussion as there is a registered delegate. We also have item number 5 of the correspondence list, which is being moved to the discussion. The motion then would be the council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda now? Councilor McPherson. And I will look to the clerk to call the list and then the roll.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, Financial Management Services Director, Niagara Symphony Orchestra Line of Credit Extension Request. Item 6.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Legal Services Operating Agreement and Support Services Agreement with St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation, and Legal and Clerk Services Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence.
Save and accept number 5.
Save and accept number 6.4, sub 5.
Yeah.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represents the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience that views of the public do not always reflect those of the corporation of the City of St. Catharines. There are no public meetings this evening, so we will get on to our presentations. And the first one, 8.1, the 2024 World Rowing Senior Under 23 and Under 19 Championships. I will now call upon Bill Schenk, St. Catharines World Rowing, to present on the 2024 World Rowing Senior Under 23 and Under 19 Championships. Mr. Schenk, the lectern is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for allowing me to be here this evening. I have a short slide presentation that I'm going to use. We're just going to start with a video, it's a promotional video. I thought we'd share that to start with. And so if we could key that one up. Not showing. All right, let's skip the video and let's just move into the talk. So again, before I start, I'd first off like to thank the mayor and council, as well as all the staff. As we get closer to the start of the event, and as of today, we now have crews arriving, equipment arriving. I know it hasn't been an easy journey. It hasn't been easy for anyone. We're very thankful for the support that we've received from all involved with the City of St. Catharines, and we couldn't have got to this stage without all your support. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for their help in making this event happen. And so again, we're going to get started. As everyone knows, the event takes place on the 18th to 25th. That's when the racing starts. Actually, the crews are starting to arrive. They hit the water on the 14th. And so right day, it's over 8 days. We have 64 countries competing. We have over 1,800 people staying at the University of Brock. So again, we're hoping that the community comes out and supports the event. We're hoping for 3,000 spectators a day. And Currently, there is 750 volunteers that are in training or going through the process. We already have some of them in place and working for the event already. So again, very grateful for the community, and this community has always been very supportive of any event that takes place. And by having this many volunteers, it shows that they again came out and supported this event. So as we know, the event's taken place on the historic Royal Canadian Handley Rowing Course. The venue has been home to many, many different levels of competition. And so again, it's an opportunity to welcome the world back to St. Catharines. We've hosted 1970 the World Championships and 1999 the World Championships. This will be the third time that we're welcoming the world back to the area. One of the things that we were able to do, and as a result of the Canada Summer Games, the Neil Campbell Training Center, legacy piece that was left behind, will be the main focal point as the crews all travel past that on their way to the course. It'll be the home for the athletes for feeding services, as well as the World Rowing people will have their offices set up in the center for the duration of the event. And so the offices are set up. The World Rowing people arrive this afternoon and will be getting to work tomorrow in the office. So we're very excited about that. We're very fortunate. We've been working very closely with the community and our community partners. And it was a couple weeks ago, we unveiled the new Aligners Hut, the new legacy piece that's being left from the games. And so from the Niagara home builders to Niagara College, the structure you see up on the screen was built and put in place with thanks to the donation of those people involved. It was a good learn to work program for the students, and they did a fantastic job of getting this job completed. The Old Finnish Tower. And so the Old Finnish Tower has caused much controversy and continues to cause controversy, but I'm happy to say that it will be completed in time for the championship event. And so I believe we get occupancy on Wednesday of this week, hopefully, if all goes well, and that when we hit the 18th, we'll be in there full steam with the officials to do the commentary as well as all the judging for the event. And so the reason for the late start is that through funding applications that we put in, we were turned down on every one of them on the capital side for projects. I was able to secure a donor in November, and so between November and now, we've been able to put in the new Finnish Tower. And so again, I'd like to thank the donor. We're going to recognize him properly when we have an unveiling, so we can tell you the name of the person that donated the funds for that. We've been working very closely with Rankin Construction on that, and Rankin has been a great partner in this event. And so I'm not sure many people in the short time, without the cooperation of the City of St. Catharines and having Rankin involved with this project, we would even be to the stage that we're at today. So again, thanks to those involved with that. With every event, there's lots of benefits of hosting events, and so they increase the economic activity, the social community legacy, the volunteering community development, community support, and then the legacy that's left behind, and the sport hosting legacy, which is huge. But again, what do we do this all for? It's for the athletes. It's for our young adults. This is to give them a place to row, and so that they get them out of behind their computers, get out, get some physical activity, and be involved out in the community. And so, again, we all talk about what's the economic benefits with hosting these events, and so you can see on the screen for the Niagara region, it's $17.5 million. For Ontario, $21.5, and again, for Canada, $25 million. And so, to me, that's substantial. And for a week event that's taken place, I'm very pleased that we can showcase the region with this event. We're invited, so we're running VIP hospitality. We're running a nation's dinner. We're very fortunate that we've had some partners step up and be part of this as well. And so we're partnering with the Niagara region on a nation's dinner that's going to take place at Milestones Restaurant in the Falls, which will be able to bring delegates from around the world to showcase what Niagara Falls has to offer, as well as we're working with the consulates in Toronto. And so I think there's 7 consulates that are taking a day to tour to the Niagara region, and will take part in visiting the racing at Henley Island, and will be part of the nation's dinner. And so again, we'll have excuse me, we'll have VIP hospitality as well during the race. And there's a list of the countries that are participating, so it looks pretty colorful. We have the flags now, and we'll be showcasing all the flags around the venue for each one of the countries that's participating in the event. As again, I said, there's over 64 countries, 1,800 athletes, coaches, and managers. They're already arriving. We have a kiosk. I just got a picture as I was walking in tonight of the kiosk that's set up at Toronto International Airport, where we're welcoming all the athletes as they come through the airport. So I'm pretty excited about that because a lot of times when you go to events, there's nothing at the airport. You never know where to go. And working with Niagara Airbus for all the transportation for the people from Toronto to Brock University as well as to Henley Island. And so very pleased with that. And so again, the Athletes Village, we're working very closely with the people at the university. And I know it's difficult for them as well because there's a quick turnover between the World Championships and when the schools go in. And we've been working very closely to make sure that we can streamline as much as possible. And it's great to have a partner such as Brock University being part of this. It's great for the athletic experience. This is the first time that they've all been able to stay under one roof, eat all their meals in the same area, and then get to know each other. So it's, again, it's more like an Olympic-style event where they're all staying in an athlete's village. So we've also worked hard with working in the community, and we've had some pre-events. And so most of you will remember that the Bare Naked Ladies concert was our first fundraising events that kicked off at the Meridian Center. And so a highly successful event, was well received by the sponsors, the people that attended, as well as the band itself. The band was very excited, and we're happy to be part of the community and to be part of the event. We also did a fundraising event with an awesome summer golf tournament, probably one of the hottest days of the year, probably just about as hot as the Mayor's Golf Tournament. But again, we had a lot of support for that, as well as sponsors that came out.
Yeah, but I had to golf in yours. So I had to be out there in the stinking heat as opposed to underneath a nice, like,
Well,
overhang.
I understand you like golf, so that shouldn't have been too much of an issue for you.
Someone lied to you, Mr. Shank.
And so the last event, I don't want to use all my time bickering back and forth, so I'll continue on with my presentation. So our Orders and Encore event. And so Stephen Page was fantastic. The event was very well received, again, at the Performing Arts Center, another one of the partners that we were able to work with in the community. One of the things that we did, and I didn't really recognize that how important it was to the rowing groups around the Niagara Peninsula. And so we went out to each one of the rowing groups in the area and asked them to pick a volunteer that they felt deserves recognition. And so everyone you see in this picture was recognized, whether it was from St. Catharines, Welland, Niagara Falls. They were all people who have put and dedicated a lot of their life to the sport of rowing. And so we had a full house for this event, and it was very well received. I had a lot of the not only the winners, but all the people from the clubs coming up afterwards and showing how much they appreciated being part of an event. We do have a racing program, and so that's why the people are coming. And so, again, it starts on August the 14th with the opening ceremonies. The opening of the venue, August 17th, the opening ceremonies at Brock University. It's scheduled to be an outdoor event. By looking at the long-range forecast, we may end up moving it into the gym. We want to make sure that the event is successful. We're hoping that by having it at Brock, that we'll have a big attendance from the athletes as they just have to walk out from their residence to be part of that. The races start the 18th to the 25th on Martindale Pond, and there's a very quick closing ceremony that takes place immediately after the last race on the 25th at the Craig Swayze Memorial Grandstand. Again, here's just a quick schedule of what the races are. I'm sure if you had more time, you could go on and take a look at the website, www.stcrowing2024, and see the schedule on the site. Again, the opening ceremonies at Brock University, closing ceremonies at the Craig Swayze Memorial Grandstand. And so when we started planning for this event, it was, how do we involve the community? And so we know that just rowing doesn't attract people to come watch. So we put some auxiliary events in place. And we've been working with the Port Dalhousie Supper Market, which is very successful, a market on Tuesday evenings, and we'll have a display in there at the 20th of August with those people. So it's great to be working with them. On the Thursday, August 22nd, at the Legion in Port Dalhousie, we're at the 2023 Hall of Fame inductees reception. Rowing Canada selected this area to host the Hall of Fame inductees, and so there'll be some of the Olympic athletes that competed in yesteryear that will be here as part of that show. And so we've invited all the former Olympic athletes or former athletes from around the area to come and take part of the event. And so it's an open to the public event at the Legion in Port Dalhousie. And we have a fan fest. And so as the part of the Worlds, we're in support of Feed Niagara. Again, we want to work with the community. We want to make it more about the community event. And so all the events that we've hosted to date, we've been working with Feed Niagara. We've had bins set up and we've had cash donations. And so I was with the people from Feed Niagara last week, and they're very pleased with the amount of food as well as the dollars they're receiving. We all know that as the needs keep rising, especially in the community, that there's never enough food that can go around, and the dollars that are coming forward have also helped support that. I was last week at Procedural in Niagara Falls, where I showed up, and they were donating 6 skids of cereal. And so the plant manager came out and said, so is that going to help? Is that going to be enough? And she said, we have more if you have room. And so they loaded another 2 skids on the truck. So by the time we got to community care on Martindale Road, there was trucks lined up to take that food. So it just shows the need of working with the partners to make stuff like this happen. Again, here's a little quick layout of what the park's going to look like. Again, we're for the viewing areas as well as where the stage is for the entertainment on the island. Working with the city, we've came to an agreement on the engineering, and that we will have a 50-foot Ferris wheel. We'll have artisans, we'll have food and beverage, spectator activations, and official merchandise will be available for the public as well. Again, working with the food share people, ride the Ferris wheel for free. So if you bring a non-perishable food item or make a donation, you'll be able to save the $5 and ride the Ferris wheel. So again, the partners that we're working with on this are Electra, CAA, Feed Niagara, and First Ontario. And First Ontario Credit Union now has bins in their banks or that people can make donations. We kick off with an open concert that's free to the public on August 21st. The Trews are playing. We have music starting at 2:30 in the afternoon. We finish up early in the evening. So that the Trews kick off on the Wednesday, DJ Shub on the Thursday, Owen Ringling on the Friday, and then Saturday we've got a Splash and Boots for the young kids that can attend in the afternoon, as well as bouncy machines, and kick off the closing in the park on the Saturday evening is Scott Hellman. Ticketing for the event, we have 2 different areas that we're selling tickets for, the Craig Swayze Memorial Grandstand on Main Street, as well as the Rennie Park bleachers. And so tickets start at $15 and can be gotten online, and we encourage everyone to reach out. And I think there's a little package that was distributed earlier, so we're hoping that the councilors will come out and be part of our event. Again, working with the Niagara region and transit, and so we know Port Dalhousie is going to be an issue. We know that parking is always a problem, especially on weekends. We've set up a continuous loop parking lot from St. Francis and Burgoyne Arenas to go to the Craig Swayze and Rennie Park area. And so hopefully the daily shuttles run from 8:30 till 6 with a 30-minute loop service. And so hopefully that will eliminate some of the congestion and traffic in Port Dalhousie, but some of the other presentations I've made I've told the residents to expect it to be like another regatta weekend, and so to be prepared for that. And again, on the festival nights, we're running extended time. And as well as if you've bought a ticket and you're in the community, you can hop on the bus and with your accreditation or your ticket, you can ride for free. We're also running a show, your support promo. So tickets for promo code ROW STC for 20% on tickets and a merchandise promo code as well. Codes are due to expire on the 18th of August. One iconic destination, one mega event. We're excited to host the World. We look forward to hosting the World and everything that they have to bring and be part of. So again, thank you for listening to me tonight. Thanks for taking the time. And I'd entertain, if the mayor would allow, I haven't used up too much time, any questions?
Oh, Mr. Schenk, for you, anything. I will say, by the way, if you thought that was bickering, you clearly were not here last summer for our council meetings. I'm just going to say. Councillor Williamson from the Voice in the Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Bill. Thank you very much for being here and giving us the picture. And when we have an event to this scale, we know that it's going to have some local impacts. I know that people have been, I think, willing to understand that and understand that there's going to be a little bit of closure, and they're not going to be able to do things that they normally do every day of the week. So the report indicates that there's 750 volunteers, and of course, time and time again, the local rowing community has stepped up and shown the capacity to both organize and execute major events like this. And I can tell that you're feeling the stress just by the tone tonight. And I want to first thank you directly. We're supposed to leave the thanks to the mayor, but we don't seem to follow that protocol very often. So I'll break the rules too. And thank you for being both the face of it and the driving force behind this event. And let's keep our fingers crossed that the weather is going to be good. So you've got this team of volunteers, and you've also told us about the generosity, the philanthropy of some people who have stepped up to give us some legacy projects, which is terrific. And my question is, if there are people in the community who they have not put their names forward yet to volunteer or do something, but maybe they have an extra bed that they could potentially bill it, some athletes or members of athletes' families, is there any particular gaps that still need to be filled? And is there a number that they could call? I guess it could be found on the website if they wanted to offer accommodations or do something else. Is there any particular gaps and anything people locally could do?
So through the mayor to Councillor Williamson, thank you for the comments. We were very fortunate. We had over 1,000 people sign up to volunteer. And so again, we had to turn away a bunch of people, which is very unfortunate. We've tried to maximize all the numbers that we can and make use of the numbers of volunteers that we do have. At this point in time, I think there may be just a couple spots for off-site parking that people haven't filled those roles, but other than that, we're pretty well completely filled with all the roles, and we're very, very lucky about how this is all transpired. So again, as far as the Airbnbs, we've stayed away from Airbnbs because they have their own way of communicating online, and so if there's people out there, they're pretty well aware of the event and have done their own advertising. There are still some rooms at the local hotels. We booked up most of the rooms, but again, I know that there's still some rooms available if people are looking from out of town to come and stay at the hotels. And again, we're pretty happy with the way things are.
That's terrific. Thanks for sharing that, Bill. And once again, heartfelt appreciation. Thank you very much to you and the whole crew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson is ahead of me, but that's exactly what I wanted to do as well, is I wanted to thank the volunteers for putting on a world-class event like this in St. Catharines and Port Lucie, of course. And I know that Bill in particular has been a leading force on this, and I want to share something with council that I'm sure he's not going to tell you, but I was there representing council for the opening ceremony of the Henley this year, and they announced that they have instituted the annual award for volunteerism, for volunteers at the rowing, for rowing, and they awarded the very first one to Bill for his many years of service, I believe over 20 years if I remember. And guess what the award is called? The Bill Schenk Award. So congratulations. Thank you.
And in true Bill Shank style, he's not really going to say anything to that. Are there any other questions for Mr. Shank? All right, seeing none, Mr. Shank, Council Williamson already did it, but I will extend my gratitude on behalf of council and the city for all the work you've put into this. We are looking forward to an absolutely fantastic 8 days of events kicking off this Saturday night. And we're also looking forward to that time when this event has come to a close and you can finally sleep.
I think I am looking forward to the end of this one as well. So
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Shank.
thank you.
At this time, can I have a mover and a seconder for the presentation? Councillor Garcia, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, we move on to our discussion reports. And the first one up is 9.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services and Municipal Works, the Tree Management Framework, aligning to the city's strategic plan. At this time, I will look to Aaron Ohoski, the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Phil Christie, the Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services, and Daryl Smith, the Director of Municipal Works, to provide a presentation. Clearly, Ms. Ohoski does not want to be seen by several members of council, and so she is hiding. She is hiding behind the lectern.
I'm not as tall as I thought, apparently. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, members of council. This is a continuation from the April 15th education session that we had. Thanks to many of you who were able to attend that. You recall at that session, we suggested that the tree management framework would really be a three-phase process with council to make sure that we are hitting the mark and aligning with your expectations under the strategic plan. So number one was the education and training session that was on April 15th, where we kind of took you through the life cycle and some of the challenges we were facing. We said the next phase, which was tonight, was going to be getting council's endorsement of a tree canopy target. This is pivotal for us for a couple of reasons. Number one, we are preparing a dashboard related to the strategic plan, which we're really excited we're going to unveil to you in October. We know this is a big part of the strategic plan, so having this tree canopy target is a big part of that. But also, we know council requested a more operationally focused tree management report through the budget process that considers timelines, resources, service delivery models, and getting a target in place that's endorsed by this council is really step one to getting there. So this kind of is the foundation on which we'll build, and we're targeting to get you that third report that we know you're expecting in the fall sometime. So, as I said before, do I have the clickers there? That's it, okay. So we know that this tree planting strategy and implementation of it is a pivotal part of the strategic plan. You had the most green sticky dots on it last year when we were at the Neil Campbell Rowing Center for our strategic planning session. So just wanted to acknowledge that and make sure the direction we're going in is aligned with, you know, your vision when you put all of those green sticky dots on that particular item within your strategic plan. I'll acknowledge the tree canopy coverage recommendation is a little bit less. I want to assure members of council in the community this is no way an indication of staff's level of commitment to trees. We wish we were here tonight, you know, as saying 30%, 35%, 40% was no problem. But when we did that deep dive, we saw some of the land limitations that we're up against in developing that canopy target. So we thought it was really important to go on this journey together with you and be really open and transparent about some of the challenges we're facing with land availability. So our collective challenge when we were here with you in April We said basically, we have a tree canopy target right now that the region's February 2024 report is about 22.4% in the city of St. Catharines. If you look at our urban center canopy only, that's 23.1%. In order to get to 30% from there, we told you at that time 11 square kilometers would be required. In order to get to that 30% target. We've since that April session we spent with you, we took it away. We had some amazing GIS experts really try and find every little space of land in the city we could find. And in terms of city-owned land where there isn't something already on it, we have about 3 square kilometers to offer up as part of this strategy. And that 3 square kilometers, just to be completely open and transparent, some of it is either slated for future recreational amenities. It might have current recreational amenities on it. So it's not, a blank canvas that we could go in and implant it all. So that is why we're before you tonight, really taking you through these land limitations that we've gone through. And I think that with the help of Director Christie and Director Smith, they can kind of show you the process that staff has been going on since we last met with you on April 15th.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here we go. The 11 square kilometers required is represented on the screen in front of you by this red area. The following slides illustrate how the required area may fit within the city boundaries in different spots. The shaded areas can certainly be broken down into smaller parcels, but the message we wanted to convey tonight is that there isn't enough land within the city boundary to plant roughly 760,000 trees to get us to a 30% canopy cover. So let me just move this around and show you how we have okay. Our teams have performed a detailed analysis and can report that 3 square kilometers of city-owned land would be suitable to contribute towards the 11 square kilometers required, depending on land requirements for priorities noted in city master plans and capital forecasts. To illustrate that, an example of what 3 square kilometers of city-owned land would look like is that red square there, and we have superimposed it on Burgoyne Woods, the Garden City Golf Course, and Fairview and John Page Park. As you can see, even if the city were to fully tree these 3 parks, the amount of city-owned land available is significantly limited. Three square kilometers can be found in city parks where staff feel that trees can be planted, and Director Smith will discuss that in the next few slides. In terms of boulevard trees, there are competing infrastructure uses, and it's not realistic for us to count on boulevard trees to change to move the tree canopy cover along at a significant rate. In terms of community tree planting partnerships, we continue to seek partnerships, build and grow those partnerships. However, competing land use demands for property are eating into our efforts a little bit. In terms of these partnerships that I have mentioned, we currently have partnerships with the federal government through the 2 billion trees funding, through the Niagara region, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, Trees Canada, TD Friends of the Environment, Vineland Research and Innovation Center, Land Care Niagara, the St. Catharines Downtown Association, the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, Niagara Community Foundation, our neighborhood community groups spread across the city, and we have, per council's direction, we have reached out to our educational institutions and post-secondary institutions as well. Unfortunately, we haven't heard back from any of those that we have reached out to, but we will certainly continue our efforts to try and strike up a partnership in that regard. I'll turn it over now to Director Smith.
Thank you. Hang on a second, got ahead of myself there. So I wanted to talk a bit about the competing demands for the limited city-owned land that's available. I know we don't want to sound like a broken record, but we just want to be clear as to what's happening with the properties that are available. So yes, there's limited space in city parks, and there are opportunities to plant in these parks. But parkland is used for a wide variety of recreational uses, whether it's sports fields, passive parks, splash pads. And it's not just our current inventory. There is a continued demand for new recreational facilities in a lot of these same locations that council will have to consider and balance against a tree planting initiative. We also have the needs for the active transportation plan, which I know will be coming back before council in September. And we also have the council's high strategic directive for the development of the 11,000 new homes by 2031, and the Municipal Development Corporation, and the possibility of turning unused city lands over to that corporation for use in the housing initiative. So what are we recommending tonight? We're recommending the council endorse a 25% tree canopy coverage goal. Currently, we're at about 22.4%, and we'll need approximately just over 4 square kilometers to reach the 25% goal. We believe that this is a aspirational goal for both the city and the community to meet, and will have a significant improvement in our tree canopy going forward. In a mass planting situation, because obviously you plant trees different when you do a mass planting than you would do in a boulevard or a used space, that would take about 260,000 trees to be planted. That will allow for us to proceed with the 100,000 tree initiative, which we have previously discussed in front of council, and allow us to bring back a report in the operational aspects in the next quarter. So city remains committed to tree canopy, and just because we are recommending a reduction in our target does not mean we are any less committed as a staff, as a city, to move forward with a healthy tree canopy in this area. We are committed to pursuing and expanding community education, outreach, and partnerships. We want to sustain the city's semi-annual tree planting giveaway, which provides over 1,000 trees annually to residents. We want to maintain and prioritize grant applications to help us and assist us in finding resources to meet these goals. And we're also exploring sustainability incentives through our Housing Accelerator Fund to encourage initiatives on privately owned land. And there will be a report coming back to council at a later date on that potential. So what's the next step? We're here tonight to receive feedback from council and some direction on the tree canopy going forward. What will be our actual target goal? I would like to be clear that the target goal is not a time-related issue. We will deal with the time-related planting issues when we bring back the operational report as to at what time do we want to reach our target and what resources are required for that. It is a land availability issue as to why we are recommending the reduction in the target. As the Deputy CAO already mentioned, we will be bringing back a third report to be presented to council to talk about the operational impacts, service delivery models going forward. Rory Bourgeois is here. He's the president of QP 150 Union, and I have made the commitment to Rory that we will be discussions with the union for their input on this report, and I reiterate that tonight with council. And once we bring that report back, that will address the timelines for achieving the target and how we achieve it. And that will, the timelines will determine the amount of resources that we'll have to work together to find. So that's our presentation for tonight. Thank you for your attention. I think we're going to move back to our seats to take questions.
So I'm going to ask staff just to head back to the seats. We do have a presenter. After the presentation, I'll ask council to hold their questions until that time. And then if there are questions of the presenter, they can address them when she's at the lectern. So at this time, I am going to call Lindsay Taylor for our presentation. Ms. Taylor, feel free to adjust the lectern as much as you want. I won't make fun of you the way I make fun of the deputy CAO.
All right, I'll hold you to that. And also, I'm a little bit tired. I've been doing 4 a.m. shifts, so bear with me here, okay? Hello, everyone, residents, council members, city staff. My name is Lindsay Taylor, and I'm the outgoing sustainability director with the St. Catharines Downtown Association, a business improvement area in downtown St. Catharines. I'm also a certified ecological restoration practitioner in training, working on becoming a certified technician and a certified ISA arborist with 3,000 hours already. So I come to you today with a variety of different lenses, but mostly with a lot of ambition that I hope you share. So when I first started with downtown, in my interview with Rachel Braithwaite, executive director, she asked me, how do we bring more trees downtown? And my response to her was, you can't manage what you don't measure. So we did an inventory of all street-facing trees within our BIA, and we only looked at species and DBH, which is essentially the tree's girth. My colleague and I wrote a report and compared our data to 2016 inventory data from the city of St. Catharines. You can find that through Niagara Open Data. And we wrote a report that's gone both to 2 international conferences in Toronto, Ontario, and Darwin, Australia. So this work that we've done has been extensively peer-reviewed. As such, our recommendations have as well. Since this time in downtown, we've embarked on some very ambitious projects. I just want to give a shout out to Mike Kraft, who honestly made a lot of these projects possible. The first project was our pollinator project. So we essentially took 11 city beds, each of which had a tree in it, and we turned those into perennial gardens. So I encourage you all to go to the corner of Geneva Street and St. Paul Street to have a view of these. They're absolutely stunning. I had 3 Niagara College interns assist us with this project, and they continue to monitor them with their report being this Friday. Additionally, we did a restoration project at what we call the downtown 12 Mile Creek Trailhead. This project really highlights the issue we're facing with invasive species and invasive pests. We have a huge issue with the tree of heaven, which is the host of the spotted lanternfly. And if you're not familiar with the spotted lanternfly, its favorite food are grapes and fruits. So keep that in mind if when we're thinking about the beautiful region that we live in. This reforestation effort wouldn't be possible without Landcare Niagara, the shirt I'm wearing today, as well as the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and of course the City of St. Catharines and the St. Catharines Downtown Association. Again, shout out to Mike Kraft. He assisted me with a grant application to Tree Canada's Tremendous Communities program, and we'll be planting 40 more trees there in October. Thirdly, as everyone across the province deals with drainage issues, I've partnered with Brock University to do a sustainable urban drainage program where we'll be modeling the hydrology of an eaves trough to design a rain garden where we can also look at planting another tree. With support from additional funding, we've secured over $30,000 for student learning opportunities, so each student will essentially be able to have a stipend in order to work on this project. Along the way, I've learned a lot about innovation. Innovation to me takes a lot of trust in your neighbor and your friends and your colleagues. It takes a lot of love to build those good relationships, and it takes a lot of faith, because that's the nature of innovation. We're doing something new that's never been done before. And I promise you, I'm full of faith and I'm full of optimism. But one thing 2 values that are certainly close to my heart is my relationship to the land and my relationship to my kin. So recently I started a new job with the city of Mississauga, and we're doing proactive inventories of this Mississauga's urban forest. And along this, we're also prescribing work to these trees. So that's something that really hasn't been done all too often throughout Southern Ontario, and will allow us to, again, proactively manage our forests. But some things that drew me to this team were their ambitious vision. their proactive data-driven management techniques, their forestry alignment with their natural areas management team, and their community involvement in tree plantings, whereby just this tree planting season, they'll be hosting 30 tree planting events throughout the city. I know you have some hard decisions laid out before you tonight, but I highly encourage you all to know that your residents and your constituencies deeply care about our natural world, about our environment, about our urban forests, and that we look to you to make these decisions for the long term and for our sustainable future. I encourage council to ask the following questions of their staff. Where's your baseline for the urban canopy cover, and how did you analyze that? Why are only parks analyzed and not other types of city properties like boulevards, residential frontages, reverse frontages, and other types of properties? How does the city work closely with community partners to accomplish our shared goals? What is the city's plan beyond the block pruning and juvenile pruning program to proactively manage the urban forest and other natural areas? And how will leadership at the city empower and support our staff along their career journey to ensure their individual and collective success? I know I'm over time, so thank you very much for these extra seconds. I just wanted to emphasize that a win for nature is a win for us all, and I just implore you to be ambitious, to think big. No one's going to come to you with pitchforks for not reaching this goal, but we will definitely be disappointed in you if we don't try. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lindsay, for your presentation. My question is, in regards to the downtown, and I know we've spoken about getting more trees downtown. Is there specific areas downtown where you could envision more trees being planted?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have a longer conversation about that. I think the most impact, honestly, comes from our boulevard trees. But one thing our research showed was, and what I had to have a hard conversation with Rachel about, was it doesn't matter how many trees we put into the ground. It's not until trees reach a point of maturity that they begin providing our communities benefits. So with that in mind, the investment that we make not only needs to go towards getting more trees in the ground, which in order for trees to grow, they actually do need to be in the ground, funny enough, but to also make sure that we have the resources and supports available to make sure those trees grow into maturity, and the staff and the team available to do so as well. But I would love to take that conversation offline and talk about depaving opportunities, especially in surface parking lots.
So I heard St. Paul Street. My other question is through you. You had mentioned you're now working with the city of Mississauga, and you mentioned you have 30 tree planting events coming up. How many, is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Over 30. I personally am just on the forestry resource management team, but my colleague is going to be leading over 30 planting events in the tree planting season in fall.
And I guess through you, Chair, to Lindsay, how many trees is the city of Mississauga? I know they're a much bigger city than St. Catharines, but what is, just for comparators for municipality to municipality, how many trees are being planted in Mississauga?
Yeah, so their mandate is to get to find as many spots as available for tree plantings. They have a 1 billion tree program that they currently plant trees through, but I don't know off the top of my hand exactly what their mandate is for this fall.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'm hearing is Mayor Parrish versus Mayor Cisco tree plant challenge could be in the works. But thank you for your advocacy and for your presentations over the time, and really appreciate you coming forward. Thank you.
Oh, am I not allowed to maybe make one more remark to that? Okay, sweet. Yeah, so just on that great idea, I love the creativity. One of the tree planting events that they did do in the spring was actually for a wedding party who wanted to offset their wedding impact. So yes, I think there's definitely opportunities to be a little creative, whether that's on city property or private property as outlined in the presentation today. That could definitely be up for discussion. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for your question.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay. I will again express regret that you are left us to work for the city of Mississauga, but still appreciate your commitment locally here. I'm just curious for your comments on what you saw from the staff presentation, specifically with regards to the canopy number changing and some of the land challenges that were pointed out for trying to hit 30%. So I'm just, obviously Mississauga is an urban area as well. Like, what are you seeing in terms of addressing some of those challenges?
Yeah, so I went through the report prepared by staff as well. I saw their GIS analysis focused solely on parklands. So I mean, they've done their analysis there. Other areas that we plant on median strips, we plant on residential frontages, reverse frontages. We also plant on city properties, like where you have built form available. We also plant in parklands along trails, and the name is escaping me. But there's definitely plenty of as I like to say, opportunities for future plantings. Thank you. Getting a lot of laughs. This is great. I'll take it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for your question.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thanks, Lindsay, for coming in and presenting. It's always great to have you. Although you did leave for Mississauga. You took a job there, which is great. I'm really happy that you found some great employment in that city. I just have a question about the comment about baseline. So just for folks listening from home, can you just explain a little bit about what you meant with that question, asking staff about providing a baseline?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was reading through the report prepared by staff, I did not see the baseline for what the current tree canopy coverage was. We heard about it in a number through the presentation today, but we don't actually visually see that on a current map. So I would love to have a copy of that personally so that we could, essentially the best approach for reforestation is, especially from the natural areas management perspective, is if you already have an area that was previously forested, like our example at the downtown 12 Mile Creek Trailhead, that was previously forested. They removed the vegetation in order to construct the Burgoyne Woods Bridge, and then now went in and did an initial planting, and we're supporting that effort. But along the bluff, there's already an existing canopy. So if you can identify areas where perhaps there's a grassed area that's currently mowed, we can stop mowing and again increase that canopy, you're increasing wildlife corridors, you're supporting our overall canopy objectives, and trees can work together in order to thrive, again, to reach that mission of bringing trees to maturity. So I hope that answers in part your question.
Yeah, so the baseline that we saw in the presentation, I think was like 22.5%.
Your city staff in order to
that's what I saw
accurately
in the
quote that.
22.5, okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions. One, how do our boulevard trees compare to those of other communities?
Compare in what sense?
In terms of density.
Oh, in density? I suppose I would offer, especially through my time volunteering with Arbor STC, that there are many boulevards that could definitely use some more tree plantings. Right now, we're working in the Queenston area to canvass with residents and homeowners there to see if they'd like a boulevard tree. In some areas of the province, though, they do mandate boulevard plantings, which could certainly help to get those trees in the ground. Comparatively, though, I couldn't say without actually doing an analysis on that. I would be hesitant.
Okay, the second question I have is with respect to large plazas. There's a lot of parking, and at times it appears to be excess. Is there an opportunity there to use those areas for tree plantings?
Well, I think that's a very ambitious idea. I would agree that I've had this conversation with a few people. You would need to depave, of course, first in order to supply the right volume and quality of soil for the trees. But if you're able to work with either city-owned lots or with private lot owners in order to accomplish that, I think that's a very ambitious goal. There's also a variety of grant programs and funding programs available for those sorts of projects. And if you could even identify areas that are experiencing some severe or significant drainage issues, that would make it a great alignment project for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Well, lots of questions tonight.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the presenter. Earlier you had said that, any trees in the grounds, just get them in the ground. Do you have a recommendation for when you are when we're planting, like say in the boulevard or whatever, and I don't know how you, like a year old to, like, is there like a goal that we should set that, you know, gives the best survival rate for the planting and probably getting the most benefit from it as a starting point?
Okay, so interested in perhaps like species selection, the size of the tree, and some of the equipment essentially to establish the tree. This summer, I had the pleasure of attending the presentation by city staff where they demonstrated some of the equipment that they currently use, such as quarry mats, water bags, and stakes and braces and such. I think those are excellent, especially in boulevard trees. Typically, residents want a little bit of impact when you first plant those trees. So they are looking for larger species. Whether larger species do better or grow quicker, I think is up for debate. We personally, in our mass plantings, we use bare root stock, but we don't need to worry typically about public perception of these trees. I think when in one of my conversations with Councillor McPherson, to put you on the spot here, she had a wonderful idea about communicating with residents when a tree planting is happening by either using some sort of educational signage or going out and speaking with the residents in that area. I think it's not necessarily about it's not about the tree anymore. I think we have the expertise and the equipment available. Getting more people on side and a part of that mission of greening our city and actually living up to our name of the Garden City should be a part of our drive, and community plays a critical role in that. I would highly encourage our city staff to connect directly with community groups who are the best advocates for keeping trees safe, keeping trees alive, and making sure they reach maturity, as I've mentioned plenty of times.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, I think a lot of times when we think of tree planting, we think of our boulevard trees, our front lawns, if we don't have a boulevard per se. And I think, how would we educate people to think maybe they should start planting trees in their backyards? Because that's something that I think a lot of people don't think of, and especially in newer subdivisions, and you have fences everywhere and nobody plants. So that would be a spot that would add our tree planting. How do you think that we would be able to encourage that?
Yeah, I mean, excellent question. So I'm going to take 2 steps back to take a few steps forward on your question here. I mean, we might be a wee bit limited in the city of St. Catharines for this, but when we are putting in new development, if there is existing tree stock there, we should do our due diligence to protect that existing tree stock and integrate that into the developmental design, which will only add value to the property for the future residents. I know myself, I look for those nice big mature trees when I'm prospecting property in all my free time, of course. However, in terms of encouraging residents to plant private trees, again, the city does host their tree giveaway, which is an excellent, again, opportunity to get those trees in the hands of residents. I know as well, Mike Kraft and his team have developed a tree planting card, and I know the city's done videos of how to plant a tree, so that helps to educate the residents as well. But the more we can do to make that information available to the public, such as leveraging our City of St. Catharines website and our social media channels to showcase the diversity of our Carolinian forest first and foremost, but also educate the residents, I think that is incredibly helpful. I mean, as counselors, I hope you would go door to door and educate yourselves and speak with your constituents about the importance of trees, especially biodiversity in the face of climate change, and how this small little act of planting a tree in your backyard can benefit generations to come. So I hope we all take that leadership upon ourselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Taylor, for the presentation.
Thank
Can I
you.
have a mover and a seconder to take that? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So at this time, I'm going to need someone to put the recommendation on the floor and to second it, and then we can start asking questions of staff. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Townsend moving, and the seconder, Councillor Miller. All right, so Councillor Townsend, if you have questions, now is your opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Chair, through you. First off, certainly was hoping for these, the good news to come back with 30%, but I want to express my appreciation to staff who did take my tough questions and my concerns and really expressed the challenges that we face when it comes to the amount of land available for planting the number of trees. So, my appreciation there to staff. I do have a few questions, some challenging questions, but I'm sure staff will be able to answer them. One thing that was mentioned in the presentation, I believe by Director Christie, not to put you on the spot, Director Christie, but through you, Chair, my question is you highlighted the concept that there is challenges with boulevards being infrastructure, and I'm just wondering if you can kind of highlight and sum up kind of the challenges that we currently do face with planting additional boulevard trees and subdivisions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll try to answer that one, and we'll go on from there. So for new development, there are tree planting plans when there is new frontage put in. That's part of the development process. And, the PBS staff could probably answer that more clearly than I can. With respect to boulevards that we already own, that we try to maintain and plant trees in, so first off, you have to take out of the equation any of the regional boulevards. So they are responsibility of the region, and they do their own planting in those boulevards. Then you come to the boulevards that we control and that we can plant in. So the right-of-way has become the pathway for all utilities that are required to go to a home or to go to a business. And there is a challenge to fit all of those utilities within that right-of-way allowance and still provide enough of an area for a tree to have a sufficient root ball and root system that it's going to be able to survive. In addition, you need trees that are hardy and can take the conditions involved in winter control, because we still use salt as our primary means of controlling ice, and that does have an impact on the soil conditions around trees. Now, we do try to mitigate that and work through that as much as possible, but it is something that we must consider. And then finally, we have some areas where we will approach the property owners to put a tree in the boulevard, and they have requested that we don't put a tree in that area. And it's been our practice not to do that, because when we put a tree in front of a home that doesn't want that tree, those trees tend to die. I'm not making any accusations here, I'm just stating that's the fact. Even given all of that, we still have a 96% survival rate on the trees that we plant. And that goes to show that the CRCS team and the MW team work together to pick locations where we give that tree the best chance that it has to make it the best chance possible to contribute to the tree canopy going forward. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. It does. And I appreciate the going into detail and explaining exactly the issues. So through you, Chair, I do have a few other questions here as well. Currently, right now, we are planting approximately 3,400 trees annually. For us to go from the 22.4% to 25% tree canopy, what does that look like in numbers? Does that increase the number of trees we're planting annually, from 3,400 up? What do those numbers look like from the staff perspective? And additionally, are we confident by 2030 that we can hit the 25% target?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that is the subject of the report that's coming back in Q3. So Q3 will outline target years and the resources to hit those target years, so the council will have an understanding of what's required. So obviously, the closer that the target year is, the more annual resources that you would have to put towards that goal to meet that target. So if we want to meet the target of 25% by 2030, that means in the next 6 years, we have to plant 260,000 trees.
So that sounds like a lot more trees annually than 3,400. So I do like to hear that we will still be, and I think we have to highlight that as well to council, that although the target, the canopy is going from 30 to 25, we still have to probably almost double what we're currently planting. So, I commend staff and certainly, for taking my questions and my challenging questions. But thank you. Those are my questions I have, and I'll leave the rest for council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I just have a couple specific questions about other or potential partnerships, and just wondering where we're at with them in terms of land in the city. I know, I think the staff mentioned they reached out to schools and school boards and hadn't heard much. I'm just wondering about other, like Ontario Hydro or has significant land in the city. Do we know, do they have a tree planting program, or do they have a partnership program, and how does that fit in with what we're trying to do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are currently looking at any and every available opportunity. We're trying to identify new partners. Hydro is certainly one of them, and we're looking for every grant opportunity as well that's out there. And we're going to make sure that that's part of the report that's coming back to council in Q3, and let you know if we've been able to strike new partnerships and maybe grow existing ones. But we can look specifically into the hydro program if they have one, and report back.
Okay. Yeah, and obviously the region's a big one, and probably the MTO as well. So wait for that. Just a question about the tree giveaway program. What's the the capacity of that, or what would it look like? Would we even have the demand if we wanted to increase those number of trees, or have we sort of determined that the 1,000 a year is sort of what the demand is out there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we hold tree giveaways twice a year, one in the spring and one in the fall. The spring is certainly more popular. We give away far more trees in the spring. We have contemplated increasing the number of trees we give away, but we fear that the impact really will only be on the spring giveaway and not necessarily the fall. We have a few more left over in the fall, which we plant in city parks. If we were to increase our budget, we come to a discussion point of, do we give away more trees, or do we give away larger caliper trees to ensure survivability? So, it's a matter of answering those types of questions. I think that we do have capacity. Our staff team loves the tree giveaway events, and it gives us an opportunity to speak to residents, educate. We learn from them. So it's certainly, it's a total team effort. But long answer to your question, we certainly have capacity. It just depends on which route we want to take. But we're maxed out at 2 at this point.
Yeah. So I hope that's part of this report, is how to increase that, because if the challenge is not enough public land, then obviously, that's one of the things we can do to have more plantings on private land. So I'll just say I appreciate the report from staff. Obviously, the number's not 30%, but I think we understand better why now. And I think I got in trouble last time I talked about the federal plan from our local MP, but I'll just say I appreciate that this is a well-thought-out plan and not just a slogan. And I will also say, as Councillor Townsend pointed out, this is still an ambitious plan to hit 25%, and I think the coming report on our forestry department will be critical for that. I think it was Ms. Taylor pointed out there was need for expertise in management of trees, our capacity to plant trees, selecting of the trees, and care for them. So certainly having a robust forestry department should be a part of that plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some comments, and I appreciate my learned colleagues, Townsend and Miller, understanding that within the limited parameters we have, we're just dealing with public lands, that it's probably not doable to reach the 30% threshold, though that is the recommended amount by recommended percentage by the arborist group. that we have followed. So I don't like us kind of backing off on it. I understand the reality of it. But the status quo has got to change. We have to, most of the land available to plant trees in the city is actually private land. We're limiting ourselves to public land. We've had a few go rounds at having a private tree bylaw, which have not succeeded. And I think we could do this without necessarily having a heavy-handed, regulated tree bylaw. I think we could find some work that other municipalities are doing, perhaps even where Taylor's working in Mississauga, to figure out ways that we can expand that canopy on private property in a more, cooperative approach. She raises the issue of baseline and the idea that in order to improve, we have to measure and know where our trees are, particularly the mature trees. It is the mature trees that sequester carbon the best, that filter out the CO2 and provide more oxygen, shade, and retain water to help us with drainage issues. Keeping those mature trees in place are important. And the director mentioned about the development process. I've recently witnessed firsthand the development that is taking place at the former Polish Legion. There was a row of lovely native sycamore trees that I think could have easily been incorporated into the development, and I think would actually made it a better development if they had been retained. Instead, they were taken out. So first of all, I guess we needed to know that those trees were there and to put some value on those and to encourage or find a way that people who buy properties that have healthy trees on, trees that we want to maintain, that are encouraged to do so in whatever way we can. On a positive note, I know that the Grantham Optimist has recently taken it upon themselves to plant some trees on their property, and I'm sure there's some other service clubs who may be willing to do the same. So until we change move away from just limiting ourselves to public lands, it is going to be next to impossible to meet the 30% threshold. But I do oppose us reducing it. I fully understand perhaps why we're doing it, but I won't support the recommendation that's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I think that just to piggyback on Councillor Miller's questions about partnerships, I was happy to see that in the report, the emphasis on partnerships. The one that I just want to ask a little bit more about is with on private land, specifically, I'm thinking parking lots. Councillor Kushner brought this up, and when I think about the active transportation master plan and transit, to encourage, we want to encourage people to bike, walk, and use their scooter more, and by making streets safer, we're able to do that. But I think about someone who's walking along from Martindale to 4th Ave, and then you have to cross a giant parking lot that's in the summer is a challenge without any tree cover. So I'm just wondering, has staff looked into any cities that have been successful at encouraging businesses to depave sections of their parking lot, to shade cars? Everyone knows you park where the trees are, or to shade, where pedestrians are going to be coming off our active transportation master plan and wanting to access those businesses. A CIP or anything that other communities have done that have encouraged businesses to depave and add to our tree canopy. Has that been looked at? Is there any successful examples that we can emulate here in St. Catharines?
Through Mr. Mayor, that has not been part of our research until now, but if it's the will of council, we can certainly follow through on that.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, we also do have some research being undertaken as part of the HALF initiative. One of the HALF initiatives is related to sustainability, and we're looking at opportunities for sustainability initiatives within the context of an incentive program. So that further information, it's very early days in that process, but it is a commitment we made under HALF, and we'll bring further forward information to council in the coming months.
Perfect. So would that be able to be incorporated into the next report that we have on this? Like, will those two coincide, or how does the timing line up with these reports and that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it will be tight. We really want to get this operational report, working with the partners that the Director Smith said into you well in advance of the budget process. But we can certainly take a look and see if the timing would coincide.
Right. All right. Yep, that's helpful. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually quite pleased with the percentage of tree canopy we have right now, because if my memory serves me correctly, and that might not be the case, but anyways, when I worked with Councillor Elliott in the private tree bylaw years ago, I seem to believe that the tree canopy at that time was only around 18%. Was that would be, what, 15 years ago? So we have actually, considering that we've gone through the ash board situation, and we lost a lot of trees then, and we've increased our canopy from 18% to what we have now, I think we've done remarkably well. A question, I think of, and this has been mentioned, I think, by Councillor Williamson, there's a lot of, if you want, public-private areas that, and I'm thinking of school grounds in particular, with the heat situation that we have now, I look at a lot of school grounds, especially the public school grounds that still have recesses, and they're barren of trees. To me, we should be going to the school boards, both school boards, and offering to plant trees around the perimeter of their playgrounds. And that would, you'd be able to put a few thousand trees around the playgrounds of the high schools and the elementary schools. I think that's an initiative we should partner with them. We provide the trees, we'll plant them, just give us the land. And also, it was mentioned, Grantham Lions, Grantham Optimists, they have large areas that could use, having sat in bleachers in the blazing sun, and I know Mr. Oakes has done that in many baseball tournaments too, to be able to plant trees for shade there would be a very positive situation. So I really think that we should be going out, and because we don't have enough public land to do what we want to do, but there's lots of land out there. I think with partnerships we could make that work. So I guess I have to ask a question. To think that would happen?
You don't actually have to ask a question there, Councillor. You can provide comment if you want.
Okay. I won't then.
Thank you, and I will just say, Councillor, you stole my thunder a little bit by pointing out the fact that in the last 15 years we have made some pretty significant progress. And I would credit some of that to Councillor Elliott, former Councillor Elliott's suggestion. This is going back, it might have been my first year or two as the budget chair, asking why we didn't treat trees as capital infrastructure and put it on the capital budget, because we'd be able to access more dollars. And we made that change, and I think it's been a net benefit for the community, and I see nodding from staff, but treating it as the green infrastructure that it actually is. So kudos to Mark Elliott, and a very good suggestion he had a number of years ago that previous council was wise enough to take his counsel and implement it. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, a lot of us have touched on the private land situation, and I know that we're doing everything we can on public land, but have we tried to do any estimates of what private land could contribute to the canopy?
I'll start off and through you, Mr. Chair, and try to lead us down some direction here. So part of the problem that we have with public land, we also have with private land. There's competing interests and uses for that land as well. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't availability in private land, and to be clear, we cannot achieve the 25% goal on city land alone either. We need private partnerships to meet that goal as well. So we have been diligent in approaching a wide variety of entities to try to work through partnerships. We've had limited success, but we will continue to go down that road and continue to try to deal with these different institutions and corporations to see if we can get some assistance. I think from a development perspective, for new development, one of the biggest tools that has already been mentioned is the potential to incentivize through the HAF program. The added benefit to that is we will be using federal dollars to do the incentive, so that's a good use for that money to flow through to the development to try to have more sustainable development that has a smaller footprint of impact on the city. With respect to the other, approaching private corporations to see if we can get the plan, that is a conversation. We don't have a way at this point to enforce that. So, I mean, we can approach these different corporations, plazas, et cetera, parking lots. And if they're not owned by the city, we can approach them and have some discussion with them, and we can even discuss in front of council with our operational report. Is that something that we want to support and incentivize? Is it us going into plant in those areas as a way to contribute towards the greening? But again, that is really going to be the decision of that property owner. I think the last thing we would want to do is go in and do a mass planting in an area, and then the next year that property owner come forward with a development application that's going to tear down every tree we just planted. So we need to be careful in how we move forward with that. And I hope that answers your questions.
It does. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the flip side of the question, do we feel that, I think we've all heard stories about a property that had mature, beautiful trees, and they were just cut down, and we don't have a private tree bylaw, as Councilor Williamson mentioned. Do we feel that development and decisions such as that are in fact having a significant impact in reducing the canopy?
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, I'll take another stab at this. So first off, just to remind council, you have asked us to look to bring back a report on a private tree bylaw, which we are looking into. And that report will be forthcoming. I don't have a time frame for that at this point. Again, when a development application comes in, it's processed through PBS, but it's circulated to all the departments. So all the departments have a conversation and contribute towards the comments that are given towards that development. Both CRCS and Municipal Works always point out the trees, always want a tree report from a qualified arborist, are always looking for ways to save trees on that property. The reality of the situation is, again, just like we in our parks, the developer is trying to balance off the different demands on that property. And yes, sometimes it's, you'll see them and you'll go, yeah, in that development, it's easy to see that they could definitely have kept the trees. But that's not always the case. And sometimes it's making those tough choices, which is, again, one of the reasons why, having a solid planting foundation on public land will help offset those unfortunate losses on private land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The discussion we're having today affects everybody in the city, not only in the present, but in the future as well. And I would think as councillors, we could be helpful to the process. We know our wards the best. And I would suggest that the ward councillors drive around the ward and find locations for trees. And having said that, unfortunately, I can't do it because I'm now without an auto, but thank you.
Councillor Harris has told me he enjoys driving around with you, so I'm sure he'd be happy the A-team could get out there and do their work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I told him to say that.
Excellent, excellent. All right, seeing no other questions, we do have a mover and a seconder on the floor. I will say thank you to the presenter and to council. I think this was a very good and robust conversation. And it's an important topic, one that has come back a number of times over my 14 years on council, and I think that's testimony to the fact that it is an important subject, and one, as Councillor Kushner put it, that's important not just to the people who live here now, but the people who will live here in the future. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the recorded vote.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, at this time, we'll move on to item 9.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Code of Conduct for Committee and Task Force members. And before we discuss the report, Council will hear a delegation from Saleh Waziruddin on behalf of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Saleh Waziruddin, speaking on behalf of your Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. As the Mayor said, I'm the committee chair. The problem with the proposed Code of Conduct for Committee and Task Force members is in 5.3b, where it says we can no longer publicly criticize staff or council. Public criticism is in public interest. If what we say is good enough to advise you or be on a committee or task force where our meetings are public, what we say should be good enough to bring to the public's attention. I'm worried this is part of a wider trend we're seeing in Niagara, where in the name of going after something narrow and specific, we're expanding bans to be sweeping and reducing the rights of residents. This section 5.3b says we cannot, and I'm quoting, humiliate, berate, belittle, or publicly criticize staff or council. To any reasonable person, one of these four doesn't belong with the others. The first three are abusive. But public criticism does not mean abuse. It's an indispensable and irreplaceable part of any decision-making process. When this policy was being drafted, I asked the same question to the deputy clerk: which of these four does not belong with the others? It was a rhetorical question, but to his credit, the deputy clerk took the time to explain each of the terms. And on the last one, public criticism, he wrote, and I'm quoting at length here, I agree criticism is valuable and is part of the decision-making process. But like many things, there is a scale that must be accounted for. Saying something like, quote, the policy has some shortcomings that I think should be considered, end quote, is criticism in a respectful way and serves as a great way to have dialogue about finding solutions. Saying something like, quote, the policy is terrible and whoever wrote it is an idiot, and I'm just quoting the deputy clerk, it's criticism that could be perceived as crossing a line into disrespectful and distracts from a positive working relationship. So that was the deputy clerk's response. So even a member of senior staff agrees criticism is, quote, valuable and a part of the decision-making process. Just because something is public criticism doesn't mean it's automatically disrespectful. And in fact, the 2019 Code of Conduct report for council as well as committees and boards had different wording that was much more specific and precise. It said, quote, refrain from publicly criticizing members of staff in relation to their intelligence, integrity, competence, or otherwise, end quote. So this is against personal abuse of individuals on staff, and that makes sense to me, but that's already covered by the first three terms in 5.3b. But expanding this to any and all public criticism is not the same thing, and I think most people can tell the difference. If joining a committee or task force means we no longer have the basic right to publicly criticize, a lot of people who believe they have useful and important things to say probably won't even apply to join. You're only going to attract yes people who are just here to pad their resumes, looking for ways to make themselves more acceptable to the rich and powerful, instead of saying things that need to be said, even if they displease the rich and powerful, because they help improve the lives of the rest of us. So please take out the sweeping and broad ban on public criticism from 5.3b of the proposed Code of Conduct for us, the residents you appointed to advise you. The rest of 5.3b covers the intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waziruddin. And just so you're aware, there is a proposed amendment coming that addresses your concerns, and I think in their entirety, although I may suggest a little bit of wordsmithing when the time comes.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Waziruddin? All right, seeing none, Ms. Wazirudin, thank you very much for your presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the delegation? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So there is a recommendation. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Lindell and Councillor Ratzlaff. Okay, so we have the recommendation on the screen. And then I'm going to look to Councillor Miller right off the bat. Councillor Miller, your amendment, and we'll determine whether this is friendly, would be that council be removed from section 5.3B to read, members shall not humiliate, berate, belittle, or publicly criticize staff, humiliate, berate, or belittle council. So allowing for public criticism of council. So are we able to, that's there, can we just put that in red? Thank you. So I'm asking to put this on first so we can have the debate if this is not a friendly amendment first. So Councillor Lindell and Councillor Ratzlaff, is this a friendly amendment? It is friendly? Okay, so that will make up the main, it'll be a part of the main motion. And so I think this is addressing what Mr. Wazirudin just raised. And I will offer my own editorial comment for just a moment in that I think it is a fair point. I think as publicly elected officials, the public has every right to publicly criticize us. I think there is a difference between respectful criticism and disrespectful criticism. As the Deputy Clerk pointed out, and as Mr. Wazirudin pointed out, we all are subject to disrespectful criticism. Us putting it in a policy is not going to change that, but I think I can honestly say, I have never been subject to disrespectful public criticism from a member of a committee or task force. And I think we have been wise enough in our choices for those bodies that the people we choose, if they are critical, have been respectful about it. I leave it at that. We will now debate the entirety of the motion as it has been accepted as friendly. I am going to offer Councillor Miller the opportunity to speak first if he would like, or hold reserve comment. Can we just open up Councillor Miller's mic?
No, I'll just say thank you to accepting as friendly. I think Mr. Wazirudin sort of touched on the staff part of it too. I guess I think there's other channels that committee and task force members can go down to address concerns with staff, so that's why I didn't include that. And again, it's just a different level of responsibility to citizens of the city that councilors have as publicly elected officials. So I'll just leave it at that. And I think I appreciate all the long work and all the committees who took the time to review this and provide comments. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Miller. So up first, Councillor Miller, can you just turn your mic off? Councillor Miller, can you just turn the mic off? One more. There we go. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, or maybe to you, I agree with your point that as public officials, we should certainly be available to be criticized, and that's a privilege that the public has. But I find the terms humiliate and berate and belittle a lot stronger than publicly criticize. Are we saying that those are okay?
No, we're saying members shall not do those things, but they can publicly criticize councilors.
But they can publicly, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Unless we'd like to change it so that members of committees can humiliate, berate, and belittle us. I feel like we're already getting that from other members of the public, so I don't know if we need to add it to a policy, but. What's that, Councilor Christian? Okay. Yeah. I got thick skin, it's okay. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just to make sure I'm understanding it, we're saying it absolutely is okay to humiliate, berate, and belittle council. Is that?
No, we're saying it's absolutely not okay.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to thank you so much. That's all I wanted to make sure.
I suppose the wording is a little bit confusing when you're looking at the screens. Wait a minute, so it's okay for them to humiliate us? We just don't want to be publicly, yeah. Piece of advice, don't look at my Twitter feed if you don't want to see berating and humiliating of a public official. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question of clarification. If I'm on a committee and somebody applies for a position and I have a relationship with that person, Should I be declaring conflict of interest?
So before I throw this to staff, so you're saying you're a committee member and someone else that you have a personal relationship applies to become a committee member?
A committee member or an employee, and it has to go through us.
If you are a part of the decision-making body and you have a personal relationship, then I would suggest, yes, you do have to declare a conflict of interest.
Okay, but it's non-pecuniary, of course. Thank
No,
you.
but I believe that would violate our code of conduct still.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Miller.
I point of order. I think the word that's being removed from section 5.3B is the words are publicly criticized. The word council needs to stay in there, and I think that's where maybe it says that council's being removed, but then it's right there, as it should be. So it should say that publicly criticized being removed from section 5.3B.
So I think what it should actually say, I understand your point, I think what it should actually say is that B should be split into B and C, and B should remove council, and C should pertain just to council. Because we're saying that,
Sure,
yeah.
yeah.
So I think that there's a little bit of, I will say, lettersmithing here. Because there should be B, humiliate, berate, belittle, and publicly criticize staff. C, humiliate, berate, or belittle council.
Shouldn't it be A and B?
And council, so that, let's say that section 5.3B shall be amended to read, the members shall not humiliate, berate, belittle, or publicly criticize staff. And I think we understand that the other letters will be corrected so that it's in the appropriate sequence. That's understood by everybody? It will be in alphabetical order? All right. Are there any other questions or comments with respect to this? All right, seeing none, just very briefly, I appreciate the work that's done by staff. And I appreciate Mr. Wazaruddin flagging this because I think he makes an important point, and it's one that we want to ensure we're not restricting the freedom of expression of our committee and task force members. I think they have every right to criticize this if they feel it is warranted or necessary. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Wendell.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, should that be C now? Yeah, okay.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. Councilor Kushner, can you just turn off your mic so I can turn off the voting mode? Thank you. All right, so we have correspondence item number 5, which was correspondence from the Niagara region regarding Niagara Region Waste Management Strategic Plan Phase 1 update and upcoming Phase 2 engagement opportunities. And so I will look to Councilor Dodge, who wanted this pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that I think that the public do reach out to us as counselors about is waste management. And I just thought that it would be nice to have this. I don't know if we could put it on our website about the 2 public open houses, September 10th from 7 to 8, and then September 16th from 7 to 8, and where the people can look into this. As I think that they're virtual, but I think that it's important information, and it gives the public a chance to perhaps give their feedback back to the region on some of their issues that they, tell us about. It would be a good time to be able to tell them. So if we could maybe get this on our website or get it out to the public so they know who to reach out to, because there's a couple of people that you can actually call as well on here. So I just thought it would be good information for the public to have.
Okay, so that'll be a motion to receive and a direction to communications staff to advertise on the city's website and through the social media channels.
That would be perfect.
Wonderful. Can I have a seconder for that? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Excellent. There are no motions this evening. I did have a notice of motion, which I am just going to bring up right now. I actually have two notices of motion, one of which I informed the clerk of, and the other one which I didn't. Oh, wait a minute, we got to do motions first. Oh, because you put motions, there are none. My script is broken. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have two notices of motion. Did we put those after by accident? So just for the record, I have a script and it says motions, there are none. And so I thought, oh, notices of motion next. But clearly we just added an extra motions. We do have two motions. The first one is 11.1, approval of St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation's sole shareholder declaration. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Miller. Can I have a seconder, as Councillor Harris is not here? Councillor Lindell. Wonderful. Are there any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller?
Not yet. Try again.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
And then item 11.2, approval of St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation bylaws number 1 and 2. Moving again is Councillor Miller, and can I have a seconder for this one? Councillor Ratzlaff. Any questions or comments? All right, I will look to the clerk.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Another yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, calls for notice of motion. I have two. The first one will be, I'm giving notice of motion regarding changing the zoning bylaw to allow tandem parking in bed and breakfasts, similar to what is allowed under the short-term rental bylaw. So that would be a change to that. And then the second motion that I would be bringing is with respect to the Ontario Big City Mayor's call to solve the crisis. And we will have a motion ready for the next meeting as well on that. Are there any other notices of motion that council would like to bring forward? All right, seeing none. Under report requests, we have a report request from Councillor Garcia, and if we could put that up on the screen. And Councillor Garcia, did you want to speak to this?
I think it's quite clear, Mr. Mayor, just very briefly.
There we go. Gotcha.
I think it's quite clear, Mr. Mayor, just very briefly as background, Councillor Williamson and I have been very frustrated because we have been trying for years to get these flower baskets spread out along Main Street in advance of getting thousands of visitors into town for regattas, and this year was particularly important because of the World Rowing Championships, but it just didn't happen again, so we're asking to report letting us know what happened, that we didn't get this for 2 years now, and also a recommendation to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And we're asking that the report be in the form of a memo to council so that we can get it as soon as it is ready.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Lindell, okay. Are there any other report requests that we can put on the board now? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of the report request? Opposed? That's carried. Committee and task force minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder to file the minutes? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And finally, I will look to the clerk for the reasons to go in camera.
A motion to go into closed session for legal and clerk services, legal services, Association for Reform Political Action, ARPA versus City of St. Catharines litigation update and update regarding amendments to bylaw 2023-150, a bylaw to regulate the delivery of graphic images in the City of St. Catharines, closed pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 25, Section 239-2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. In a property matter, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 25 YMCA Drive.
Can I have a mover and a seconder to go in camera? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? Away we go. Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back. All right, folks, we've got a motion arising from closed session. We've actually got two of them. The first one is litigation update, an update regarding amendments to bylaw 2023-150, a bylaw to regulate the delivery of graphic images in the city of St. Catharines. The motion is that council approve repealing bylaw 2023-150 effective immediately, and that staff report back with empirical evidence, social science studies, and statistics about the impacts of graphic images on residents to form the introduction of a revised graphic images bylaw. This is moved by Councillor Kushner, and it is seconded by Councillor Garcia. And I will now look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item number 2 from in camera is the property matter, 25 YMCA Drive. The recommendation is that council approve the staff recommendation as amended in report CAO 118-2024 regarding property matter 25 YMCA Drive. That is moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Lindell, and I will look to the clerk.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
And for clarity, because it has not been changed on the screen, contained should say as amended, which is what I read. Does anybody have any concerns with the fact that, I just want to make sure, okay? So that passes unanimously. Item 17, the bylaws. That the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to K be read a first time, considered, and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, so adjournment. Moved by Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night now.